Hello, Zena. Trying to do my housekeeping to get ready for the night. We have another 20 minutes before the sun is low enough below the horizon to start initializing Stellina. Looking for the coordinates of C2021. Search. $20, 11 minutes and 52 seconds. 20 hours. And 52 seconds. Declination 62. 32. And 50. Double check. 2011-50. 62, 32. Okay. We ain't no chopped liver, you're right. Dwarf has the task of keeping an eye on TCRB tonight. Just want to make sure it can do that. Let's see if Dwarf can see much yet. We don't see many stars yet. Okay, they're starting to show up. Okay, let's see if this is the CRB or what. Oh, I'm not done learning. This has been, it took at least 4 years and we're still at it. The nice thing about this community of folks who get together whenever we go live is I learn something new from them every time. We have coyotes in the back. And the dogs are not happy. Actually, yes. In a couple of hours, the video will go live. I caught a very, very, very young baby fawn with its mama, but the video only shows the baby. So check it out at midnight my time, which is 9 p.m. your time. I just posted it and scheduled to go live in 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's only 3 minutes video, but it came out nice for the most part. Well, it'll be there for quite a while. You know what, Zena, for you I'm gonna make it live right away. Stand by so you can watch it while I'm fiddling with the controls. It has been published, it is live, you should be able to find it on the page and enjoy it. Make sure you give it a like and do watch the entire 3 minutes because there are some gaps in the middle. Zena, here's the link. Okay, where was I with TCRB? 255520. Confirm. Yep. It looks like the CRB is already past the edge of the house, so we'll look for it on Stellina. Let's go then comet hunting with Dwarf. And then 62, 32, 55. Okay, initialization successful. Let's look for a target. Manual. Standby. TCRB, go. And here, we don't want infrared. And shutter 10 seconds. You're welcome. And there is TCRB on Stellina. Oh goody. So now we can shrink Dwarf. Hello Wilbur, we're trying to bring you voices and sounds of the coyotes outside. Good evening, Bill. If you have not seen the short video, 3-minute video of a fawn strolling in my backyard, you may want to take a peek at it. I am afraid this is going to be a shortish night. I ran half a marathon this morning and I'm tired and I have to go to work tomorrow. So probably a couple, 3 hours. But I want to put Stellina through its trying to get the best out of Stellina on the difficult targets. So we just did TCRB. It still has not exploded. Okay. These looks like Stellina is looking for 60 minutes worth, but we should be able to see a lot more before then. Let me hop on let me do M12 first. Hasn't exploded yet. Bill, did you see the painted dome? It came out reasonably okay. What you do not see in it is I kept the other side unpainted, the other side of the moving dome. It is 20 degrees cooler, yes. I left half the dome unpainted, so during winter it will let the sun in, so when we go down to, and you know it up in Minnesota, when we go down to minus 20 Fahrenheit, at least the equipment will not totally freeze. It will act as a greenhouse. Wilbur, I did a lot of research before settling on this particular paint. All season dome. No, I'm not painting the other side. I am also concerned that if I add thickness to it, it will stop sliding smoothly inside the other one. I've never had any water leaking into the dome, so I'm not going to take a chance on messing with the very, very tiny clearance between the two. ACRB? How bright is ACRB? Yeah. So it's magnitude of about 2. Not as bright as Sirius or Vega. I looked at the 3 passes of the International Space Station tomorrow morning, and all 3 are shallow. So definitely not worth staying up for. Ceres will be in opposition tonight, and that will be around 1 a.m. We'll probably still be up at 1 a.m. We'll see. Let me check the weather forecast, Tomorrow night is iffy. It's looking like Thursday night is good if the forecast holds. And we'll get some fireworks as well. There was a public service announcement that came out over the weekend which said, somewhere in America somebody does not realize that this is their last weekend with all 10 fingers. Watch out for the fireworks, or the dynamite sticks as it might be. Gina, tomorrow afternoon I will most likely be chasing the sun. Wednesday morning, let's see. I'm looking at the International Space Station passes. Yeah, for some reason they are all very, very low the next few days. Wilbur discovered something interesting. Seestar only uses 5 volts. That's all it requests. Dwarf asks for 12 volts. And Stellina only asks for 5 volts. The other interesting number that I found is Stellina operates on only 3 watts total, even at 5 volts, I have not seen it break through 1 amp yet. It's always in the 0.6 to 0.7 amp range, which means the 24-pound Stellina is using less power than either Dwarf or Seestar, believe it or not. Have you been able to get 12 volt? Have you been able to convince Seestar to ask for 12 volts? I have not. I tried 2 different wall supplies. Yeah, I have not been able to get Seestar to request 12 volts. From the same adapters, Dwarf was able to request 12 volts. We'll see. So this is M12, Messier 12. I'm going to give it 10 minutes total and then move on. Okay. Back to some more testing. Yeah, those magnetic cables or cables with magnetic connectors don't seem to want to go high in either voltage or current so far. I had to get them for Stellina because there were way too many reports that the USB-C power supply, the receiver on the telescope was very flimsy, clumsy, and it was breaking very easily. The connections inside were breaking. And that would render the entire telescope useless because there is no internal battery. Battery is external. So that's when I decided to play it safe and go with the magnetic connectors. Plug them in and haven't touched them since. This is something that Stellina does that other scopes do not do, is the playback of the stack. Yes, indeed. We're going to go to the veil. There was an astronomy joke on Facebook earlier today. A young lady explaining that if NASA says we cannot go to the sun because it's too hot, why don't they try at night? Which telescopes have the 6-inch USB cord? One thing that Stellina can do that none of the other telescopes can is the ability to rotate the field of view, because the sensor can rotate. But right now the orientation of the Veil Nebula seems to be good, so I'm going to leave it alone. Zina, I'm training for a marathon on September 1st, so we're 2 months out. And I had to do my half marathon today. So that's a box that we checked off. In 2 weeks, I will go for a 15-mile run. And then 2 more weeks, 18 or 20, and then we'll be ready for September 1. And if all goes as planned, that'll be number 88, 12 to go. I found, Wilbur, I found some very good 12-inch foot-long USB cables that provide me the full ampage and voltage. After the Veil Nebula, I will keep you posted, all right. I'm with you, Wilbur. Zena, as they say, the hardest part about marathon training is keeping it to yourself. So it is Sackett's Harbor, a small village just north of Oswego on Lake Ontario. I like the ease of waking up at home in my own bed, having breakfast, and then driving 45 minutes to the start line, and then going back home afterwards. After my multiple freak surgeries the past 12 months, from a hernia for lifting a tree to a stone that got stuck in the bladder and had to be extracted, that wreaked havoc with my training. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll get to September healthy. This one is a loop. My mostest downhill was Aspen Valley, Colorado. I started at 8,000 and went, followed the river, forgot what river it was. And we dropped about, I think 1,200 feet from start to finish. When I faced my midlife crisis and dealt with it by running a marathon a month and did that in all 50 states, the schedule was such that I did not have the luxury of picking and choosing courses. And I don't need to tell Bill about all the flights that were cancelled while we were sitting on the plane and never made it to my marathon, and I had to find something to jump into. Yeah, downhill is a lot harder on the quads and the knees than uphill. Lots of hydrating. Oh, the Crater Lake Rim Marathon in Oregon. God has a sense of humor. When the volcano collapsed, the edges were very jagged, and we ran around the crater with an extremely beautiful blue water inside. And we were going up and down all day long between 6,000 and 8,000 feet. Bill, focus for a second. Do you remember a Delta pilot whose first name was or is Lance, and he was an Air Force general in the Air Force Reserve? He was from Arizona, from the Phoenix area. Oh boy. His wife was the race director of the marathon down in Phoenix, and he made me do it because it was his wife's marathon. I'm trying to remember his last name. I only flew once with him. Well, flew once. He was flying, I was sitting in the back, and he sent me a drink. When I wrote my post-race report, I only included his first name. His wife's name is Deborah. His first name is Lance. And if I look into Air Force biographies, there should not be too many Lances. Let me see. Okay, it's Unjem. That's why I could not remember it right away. UNDHJEM. He would be in his mid-60s now, so he's probably long retired from both Air Force and flying. Yeah, he used to fly F-16s in the Air Force. So let me find out what plane he flew. Now that you mention LAX, yes, I was flying to LAX via either MSP or Detroit, and happened to be on his plane, which got me a free drink. I had him in class when the Air Force sent him to learn about my stuff, and we stayed in touch for a while, especially when he learned that I was running marathons and trying to run one in all 50 states. He asked me, which one are you doing in Arizona? I told him Tucson. He said, nope, you'll be running my wife's marathon? And he said, yes, sir. So I donated my entry fee to the Tucson Marathon to whatever charity they were raising the money for, and I entered the one in Phoenix. Gina, are you still on? Hi, Son Goku. No, Zina, that race in Phoenix was in February, thank you. That's something smart that I did. I swung north during the summer and south during winter. So did that loop 5 times. In July, I ran in July and August. I ran the Dakotas, I ran the UP of Wisconsin, ran the Michigans, ran the northern marathons. And in winter, February, January, December, I ran south. Well, even though in February it says here, I'm rereading my article, it said that it was 78 Fahrenheit. Bill, to answer your question about getting acclimated to the altitude, no, I did not. I would try to get there a couple, 3 days before the race, but that's about it. I did adapt by slowing down a lot. But other than that, as long as you don't tell the body that there is no oxygen, it'll just do okay. Good evening, Larry. Zina, if it's on the internet, it must be true. It says here 70, 76 or 78, so it must be true. The only time where I suffered from, if you want to call it altitude poisoning or loss of consciousness, was in the northern part of Yellowstone National Park, the Madison in, is that in Montana? Yes, it was in Montana. We were running at 10,000 feet and the world went dark, went black. I knew that I needed to just sit down and wait for it to come back in full color, and it did eventually, and then I resumed my, switched from running to walking the rest of the way. Yes, and that one, going to the top, we stopped halfway. There is a diner or restaurant some way on the way up, halfway, and had a meal to give us a chance to get used to the elevation. Zon Wizard is going to be my next target tonight. Is the field of view on Vespera the same as Stellina? Comparable? Yeah, I know about the aperture. I was wondering about the field of view. I do like the detail that Stellina is giving on the Veil Nebula. And that's only 17 minutes stacked so far. Zina, if you go to your Facebook page and just search for Dr. J on running, let me see if I can get you there. The moon will be joining us soon at 2:30 my time. And then you have to scroll down until you get to Arizona. I think it was February 2013. They are by date. Yeah, it was 17 February 2013. If you're able to search the page, you can just search for Arizona. That'll be easy. Thanks, John. Bill, Dwarf failed to track it. I tried turning on the tracking repeatedly, and it was unable to track it in the grass. Why do you have to cradle it? Stellina has been very sturdy. I never worry about cradling it. Apparently, when a doe delivers, and this particular doe apparently had twins, either that or adopted somebody else's fawn. But when they deliver, they leave the fawn alone and go away and then come back. They usually do that almost every day. And she left the fawn in the high grass right outside our house. So we established a perimeter to keep the dogs away from it. And finally had a chance to put a video on it. I'm going to give the Veil Nebula a full 30 minutes of stacked. They recommend an hour. I want to hop over to Wizard. I have not done Wizard in a long time. And then I want to see what Stellina can do with the pillars of creation back to M16. I am on Stellina. Never got a Vespera. When they decided to go down from 3-inch aperture to 2-inch aperture, I did not like their move. Plus, correct me if I'm wrong, Vespera does not have a rotating sensor. I think Stellina is the only telescope on the market, the only smart scope, where the sensor rotates with the field of view. That's why we have a perfectly square or rectangular field of view. As soon as I close the Veil Nebula, I will show you guys a quick demonstration of what Stellina can do that no other telescope can. Let me first replay that. Yeah, Vespera has a better sensor. Let me wrap this one. Wizard. Now, just for the record, Stellina takes darks automatically. I don't have to tell it. It turns on the dew heater automatically when the humidity and temperature require it. It does the autofocus automatically. I don't have to tell it either. So quite a few things are automated. All right, here comes the demo. Uh-oh. All the more reason to demo it. For some reason it twisted it sideways, so let me do that. Okay, we have the ability here to turn and I'm in essence turning the sensor around to any orientation that I want. And then I can apply it It's taking its jolly time, remembering that this is 5-year-old technology by now. Very old processor on board Stellina. There we go. Let's hope the stars are round this time, not elongated. Yep, there we go. Zena, when the French built Stellina, it was really a major leap in telescope technology. I mentioned it before that what convinced me to buy Stellina was a report by a NASA engineer who said he used to build observatories for NASA, and all the software and the hardware that he ever put in an observatory, all of that was inside Stellina. And that proved to be true. And then came Dwarf. Then it was 10 times lighter and 10 times cheaper than Stellina. And I dare say 10 times lower quality than the images of Stellina. Zon, what Bortle sky do you live in North Carolina? Are you away from the cities or stuck in a big city? Bill, that's my expectation. New CPU, new sensor, a slightly bigger aperture than Dwarf 2. But in my mind, the biggest limitation of Dwarf 2 is the absence of a filter. They only have an IR filter. Dwarf 3 will have a dual band filter, both hydrogen alpha and O3. And that I'm looking forward to. If I were to go to the Wizard Nebula right now with Dwarf, and I should be able to do that, function Atlas. Dwarf will struggle mightily with Wizard. So it claims to be at Wizard. Settings. Okay, let's go for it. Zon, I have a short video that shows you how to remove stars using StarNet. Have you used StarNet? This is a 6-minute tutorial that shows you how to remove the stars. I pulled up Dwarf 2 next to Stellina just to show how without a dual band filter, without an H-alpha filter, Dwarf really struggles with trying to render Nebula. And that's what Dwarf 3 is going to give us. Bill, the two exciting things about Dwarf 3 as far as I'm concerned, the filter and the wide angle imaging, so Milky Way becomes within reach finally. Larry, I don't know if PixInsight is going to help Dwarf when it comes to imaging Nebula if it's not imaging at the right frequencies, or the right wavelength, I should say. Stellina is definitely showing the nebulosity already. Sue promised that I will get mine in July. We are in July. A couple of nights ago she sent me a tracking number. Don't know what we are tracking. As soon as it gets here, I will have an unboxing video. Ah, okay. It still says US Postal Service awaiting item, and that the merchant generated the tracking number on June 28. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having 3 screens there, or 4. Dwarf 2, Dwarf 3, Seestar, and Stellina. Same target, same time. That should be fun. Yep, I promised we'll have first light on the first night as soon as it gets here. It's only half a pound heavier, so it should be able to... Ooh, but it's longer by an inch. I don't know if my 8-inch angle brace will hold it, or whether it has to be relegated to the downstairs patio. I'm going to switch to Dwarf for just 1 second. It is starting to show something in there. It is starting to show some nebulosity. And this is totally coincidental that the orientation of Stellina and the orientation of Dwarf, the orientations are identical. Let me show you. Okay, now we can play. Let's see if it is now aligned. Yep. Now the two frames are aligned. The plan for the first night is to do a galaxy, a globular cluster, and a nebula, and see how well it does. Gonna give the Wizard Nebula half an hour of stack time, total exposure. And then move on to M16. Should be high enough by then. Just for the fun of it, let me see if I can launch Dwarf natively in Windows. It does not want to render it for some reason. Okay. I checked on it earlier. It is way behind us, way west. I was going down the list of comets to see which ones are doable. Let me look at it one more time. Yeah, right now it is about to set in the west. Its altitude is just 2 degrees and heading straight down. Let me see what's going on. It did not freeze. The only thing that froze is the round and round, that thing. But the counter was still incrementing. Good night, Tina. If Palouse is fading, I am in trouble. Four 20 a.m. I was on the trail doing my run. Your 4:20, my 7:20. Well, I'm trying to see where the comet is and see if I can see it yet. Is it the comma? Ha. Thanks, Bill, for the link. Okay, I'm trying to send the dwarf, see if we can find the comet. If we do, I'll let you know. I have bookmarked that link, Bill. I'm sure I'll be visiting it often. Yeah, Kamarasa Duchanovic, C2023 V4. That's the one I'm trying to see if we can see it. It's almost tomorrow. Yeah, the V4 is still not visible from Dwarf's perch. It is still at 333 degrees, 335. I needed to get a lot closer to 360. In the meantime, the Wizard Nebula is looking good on Stellina. Let's see where M16 is now. Yeah, right now it is behind me. But not for long. M16 should be doable. We're gonna hop over there. I still have not heard back from the lady who owns the land near the cemetery that I'm trying to lease or buy an acre that would give me 360-degree view of the heavens. I will email her a happy 4th of July and just check if she has reached a decision yet. Let's see if we have to turn around the sensor here or not. No, we are good. It is smack in the middle. I can already see, even from the very first frame, I can see there they are, the pillars of creation. If anything, I may want to move it just a touch up for the fun of it. Okay, we got it in the middle of the frame. Good night, Zon. This is the first time I actually see the eagle in the nebula. I had always looked at the pillars of creation. So I was looking at the trees and not seeing the forest. But this time I can see the eagle. There is the head. These are the wings. And this is the tail. It appears like it is descending onto something. The Stellina is doing very well tonight. I'm happy. There is no walking noise and no banding. I mean, this is amazing. This is just 2 minutes and that's a nebula and it's already looking gorgeous. Glass has its privileges. This one has with 3-inch squared is 10.9 versus 2-inch squared, which is 4. So this one has about 2.5 times the light gathering capacity per frame than Seestar or Vespera, and easily 10 times that of Dwarf. And where Dwarf, Seestar, and Stellina differ a lot is in the processing algorithm, the stretching following the stacking. The Stellina images have a red bias to them. It may well be a function of the filter that they are using. Not to jinx it, but I don't know if you have noticed that we have not seen satellite trails in the Stellina images. They claim to be applying AI to detect satellite trails and delete them from the stack. Given the Starlink activity, that'll be a good application of AI. Seestar focuses more on detecting star trails, and apparently it picks a handful of stars and keeps an eye on them, versus detecting satellite trails. One AI application that I am working on is to let the AI program tell me which telescope to use for a given target. So if I give it a target, it'll tell me which telescope and what settings will be most suitable. Take the Ring Nebula, for example. This is becoming one of my favorite, imaging it with the 16-inch scope and the 11-inch scope and then the 3-inch. Ooh, where is Ring today? That'll be a good one. Nope, too high. That's one of Stellina's limitations. It does not do well if the target is too high up in the sky, because 1 divided by 0 is not a good number. Jacob, I was waiting for you. I solved the problem with the Seestar Alp. I reinstalled Visual Studio and that solved the issue. Apparently when I uninstalled the Dell bloatware, they took a chunk of Visual Studio with them on the way out. So reinstalling Visual Studio solved my problem, and I've been able to use the Seestar Alp again. Yeah, I watched the two videos that Kai posted a couple days ago. They go a little bit beyond what I'd like to use the app for. Gentlemen, I am blown away with the image. This is only 9 minutes of exposure. The pillars of creation already look in 3D. I'm gonna let it get to half an hour of stack, and then we'll see if we can hop on either Trifid or Ring. Jacob, Larry, that's one thing that Stellina did right from the beginning. They rotate the sensor. Not too many of the larger telescopes, the very large telescopes, are equatorially mounted. They are alt-as mounted, and then they rotate the sensor to make sure they keep the field of view properly aligned. And that's what Stellina does. When Stellina came out 4 or 5 years ago, the price was about right. And then Dwarf came in at 1/10 the weight and 1/10 the price. And that forced the market. That's what drove Stellina out. But 3 years ago or 4 years ago, you could not buy and assemble all the pieces that went inside Stellina for $4,000. You guys may have missed my statement earlier this evening that I measured the power consumption of Stellina, and I was surprised that it's operating on only 3 watts. 5 volt, 0.6 amp. The most I've seen it spike to is 5 watts. And that is a fraction of what Seestar and Dwarf require. It ran Fortran. The story that I tell people is my very first day of graduate school in Manchester. My supervisor, as they call the advisors there, asked me to write a program to connect the computer in our lab to the one in the computing center across the river Irwell. And I asked him, why would anybody want to connect two computers? Fast forward many years later, I emailed him, jokingly saying, looks like you were right about connecting computers. And he wrote back, typical Brit, this is why I am a dean and you are not. The first computer I tried to hack was an IBM 360 using punched cards when I discovered that if I put characters beyond the first 72, because it had room for 80, if I put things in the 73 to 80, that will be a connector that has it go and execute something else somewhere else. Not I. Don't remember Plato. In another few minutes, I'm going to try to hop onto the ring nebula before we lose it, just to see if Stellina will resolve the two stars inside the ring or not. And then see if Trifid is visible. We did Trifid last time with the Seestar. It'll be a good putting the two pictures side by side eventually. Talking about Oswego for a moment, I finally found somebody who can work on the Mid-16 to see if it needs re-greasing, since it has been sitting outside for 11 years in cold and heat. The good news is he lives in Pennsylvania and is willing to come up. The bad news is the 250-pound scope has to be taken off the pier, because to access the gears you can only access them from the bottom of the scope, from the bottom of the mount, which is again an awful idea, awful design from Meads. I would have thought that there is a way to access the gears without having to remove a 250-pound scope off an 8-foot tall pier. Now I don't know if we're gonna have to find a way to get a crane to dangle a chain or a hook or a bow or whatever through the opening of the dome, the narrow slot, to lift the scope and then lower it onto the floor so they can work on it. Okay, Eagle has had its time. .77 degrees, so we should be able to pull it off. I've been able to push Stellina to 82 or 83 degrees depending on the target. I have not, Bill. Thanks for the tip, Larry. There it is. This is the first frame. I'd like to give the Ring Nebula about 10 minutes of exposure time to see if we will see the two stars in the middle or not. But this is already far superior to Seestar's rendering of the Ring Nebula. AI can certainly clean up the stars. Looks like the ring is losing its colors with successive frames being stacked. The very first frame looked a lot more colorful, yep. Let's see if it let me stop it here. Yeah, it looked a lot more colorful earlier on, and as we stacked more, it lost its color. Okay, time to head over to Trifid. This one may or may not be visible. We'll see if it finds it. Okay, this is where we can move it to the center. And apply. Not bad for 1 minute stacked. S2 is smack in the middle of red. I am pleasantly surprised that Stellina is allowing the bluish just above the main nebula. It doesn't, the filters in Stellina don't really like much blue, but this is good. Bill, I located the Trifid that we took the other night. I want to try to see if I can convince OBS to show it. Let me see. Nope. Okay. Okay, should be able to show them both. Stand by. Seestar is on the left and Stellina is on the right. Yeah, the stars are a bit sharper. Seestar was a 20-minute stack. Stellina is up to 9 minutes. I have had mine for 3 years now, and it had been out for at least a year prior to that, so it is older technology. The Raspberry Pi that's on it is really old. It was a pandemic spending for me. I got it in, I think it was October 21. I found it in stock at High Point Scientific, and they just shipped it overnight. And back then, when Stellina came out, it did not look like any telescope. It was reminiscent of the Apple computers. It was very sleek, white, clean form with the scope opening up from the middle. And for what it does, built-in autofocuser, it is good to go. They do generate a TIFF if you want to do your own post-processing, but they do quite a bit of post-processing themselves. They try to maintain their proprietary algorithm, which is fine. My only regret with Vaonis is that they did not manufacture Hyperia, which would have been a 6-foot tall telescope. Would have been 10 times the price of Stellina, but would have been worth it. They were looking at a 6-inch aperture with I don't know, 32 megapixel sensor, I believe, or something like that. After Trifid, I plan to hop over to the Cocoon Nebula to see what it looks like. And then Cocoon will be the last target of the night, so I can get a couple of hours sleep before facing the day. Yes, I've been taking my vitamins. No, they never built another Stellina. They went the Vespera route. A 2-inch aperture. When Seestar was announced, it was identical in specifications to Vespera. Same sensor, same processor, same lens, same everything, and 1/3 the price. And they have introduced 3 versions of Vespera now. There is Vespera, Vespera Pro, Vespera 2, Vespera Passenger, I think it is. It appears that Vaonis have stopped building Stellina. That should be interesting. Wilbur, I did not buy any of the Vesperas. I'm still not convinced that a bigger sensor on a smaller aperture will solve the problem. I'm waiting for Seestar to give us an S100. I'll be happy. In the meantime, Dwarf has been busy imaging Andromeda. It's the only telescope that fits the entire galaxy, plus M101, M110 and the M32. Wilbur, Stellina is the reason I bought additional insurance, what they call it, personal effects insurance, because I was always very concerned with dropping it or slipping on ice while carrying it. By the way, don't know if I mentioned, but our attempt to take Hoy's pictures with the 16-inch telescope was a colossal failure. I was able to take the images, and when I submitted them to the University of Kent database, they were rejected for not having enough stars in them. So the larger aperture obviously meant fewer stars. Even though I'm using a 21 megapixel sensor, the ASI183, they could not calibrate with the algorithm, so 16 inches out. I will still try it with at least one more target. Cocoon is one of the targets. Well, when you look at the Cocoon Nebula and the number of stars that are showing, just imagine the 16-inch scope showing only this part. Not too many stars. Especially considering the dust that is around the Cocoon Nebula. Well, I took the images, I processed the images, I submitted them, and the algorithm said not enough stars to calibrate on. The 11-inch scope, which is half the glass of the 16-inch. 11 squared is 121, 16 squared is 256, so call it half. The 11-inch scope, Hoy's accepted the data with no problem. Seestar is the smallest that they will take data from. I'm still struggling with getting them to accept the Stellina data to no avail. It's a formatting and conversion challenge on my part. Stellina's file do not have the right headers for HOIs to import. Not yet. I'm working on it, Bill. I would very much like to open it from here and do some imaging. Two concerns right now. The first one is the Mead 16 has shown a propensity of runaway scope, and the Mead engineers have put hard stops without switches, so when the scope reaches the hard stop, it will just start banging against them and will not stop banging against them. And the only thing that will stop it at that point is the big red switch. I bought remote controlled switch that is Ethernet controlled, which will also turn off if we lose Ethernet connectivity, or internet connectivity I should say. So I will be testing that eventually. But what's holding me really back is the dreadful thought of losing control after giving it a slew command, which is the other big issue with it. Its ASCOM driver, no, it's the ASCOM. Mead's ASCOM driver is non-compliant, and when I issue a command to slew to move one way or another, it will take that command and wait for another one to tell it to stop. So even though I'm just nudging it, it will not accept the nudge command. It will only accept the get moving command until I tell you to stop. And if for any reason that stop command does not make it, it will run away. Either the Alt or the AS motors will just keep running until it hits the edge. And they did not put switches. I mean, you would think that if it reaches the end, that it will just stop moving. No, it will just keep banging against the hard metal until probably self-destruct, not sure. Actually, the Mead scope, was it 70 or 80? Wilbur, the one that I got for $125, brand new, unopened, is exhibiting the same behavior when I tell it to go somewhere. I have to be prepared to tell it to stop, because it will not stop unless I'm able to convince it to stop. The sensor on Stellina is 6.4 megapixels. Wilbur, I had a strange incident with Seestar when the cord froze to the table in winter, and as Seestar was turning, the cord was able to pull the telescope down. Fortunately, it didn't fall too far, just fell on the table. In the meantime, this is Andromeda. M31 was the first target that I imaged with Stellina and with Seestar and with Dwarf. Unfortunately, the Dwarf is the only one with the field of view to fit it. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this is going to be the end of the night for me. I'm going to try to grab 3 hours of sleep before I head north. Thanks for joining me again, and this was a pleasant surprise from Stellina. These were targets I had not imaged with Stellina in the past, and they came out very nice. So I will keep rotating among telescopes when the nights permit. But for now, I'm gonna turn them off, bring them in, and get some sleep. So thanks again, and so long.